Good evening. I'm meteorologist Angela Buckman. Welcome to the WTHR streaming app. As promised, we're going to do some continuing coverage here. I'm going to give you a quick update, then we'll take a bit of a break, and we'll plan on doing every half hour unless we get some warnings. That way you at least get a live update on some of the storms that are moving through central Indiana. At this point, no warnings. We ended up with a couple of tornado warnings, a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. Right now we have rain moving across the northern sections of Marion County, and the strongest storm, and it has weakened, is south of Crawfordsville, entering the northwestern sections of Hendricks County. So it is making its way into eventually into Danville, Brownsburg, maybe even Avon and Plainfield. It is near North Salem, Roachdale, and Ladoga right now. So it is just to your northwest, Danville, that is getting ready to cross 75, basically the intersection of 75 and 236. So if you're familiar with that near North Salem, and it's just to your northwest, Danville, we have an intense storm for now below severe limits. But this one has a history of rotation, and it has a history of some large hail as well. So let's show you. Let's see, let's start with the shear track. So this is going to show you where we had some rotation with this, or that threat of damaging wind from northern Park County into northern Putnam. This one also had a fairly significant hail track, and you can see that there. Now weakening a little bit as it moves into the western sections of Hendricks County. So just be aware, though, this one may produce a little bit of hail, may produce some strong winds. Right now, however, it is below severe limits, and that storm is pushing east of Ladoga, headed into North Salem at this point. So it is along and south of I-74 and will impact mainly the northern half of Hendricks County. So heads up Brownsburg and Danville. Also, we'll keep an eye on this cell coming out of Illinois, this one impacting southern part of Vermilion County and then eventually into southwestern Park. To the northeast we go. These are also below severe limits. We've got some rain and storms into Marion, into northern Delaware County as well. Wanted to make sure you got a quick update on the severe storms. Excuse me. I'm going to take a break. We'll see you at 7:30. And good evening. I'm meteorologist Angela Buckman with a quick update here on our WTHR live streaming app. We do have, right after we left you the last time, National Weather Service issued a severe thunderstorm warning for that storm we were alerting you about. It does have the potential of some hail, does have the potential of some wind damage. This has entered the northwestern sections of Hendricks County. The severe thunderstorm warning, let me get you the details on that. It's going to be for northwestern Hendricks until 7:45. So 7:45, severe thunderstorm warning. We've got 20 minutes left on that. I imagine that will be extended off to the east and southeast if it continues to hold together. But right now, the severe thunderstorm warning until 7:45, and that's because of a storm severe storm that moved now just east and southeast of North Salem. You can see the areas of dark purple and black here. That indicates large hail potential. This is just northwest of you, Danville, and it is continuing to move off to the east, southeast, and will impact Danville. So if you live in this area, severe storm. It's approaching 39 and should cross 39 and 36 where they intersect near Danville. It has had a little bit of rotation with it, but with a lot of the storms that we've been keeping an eye on so far this evening, they've had those rotating wall clouds, but no instances where those have produced a tornado, at least that we know of coming into the National Weather Service, and no reports of any damage, but a lot of spin in the atmosphere, and we could see that kind of develop this afternoon and this evening with some of the analysis that was coming in behind the initial round of rain that we had earlier this afternoon. We had just enough of a break to destabilize the atmosphere and a few parameters in place that supported a little spin. So not surprising that we've had so many reports of rotating wall clouds. But this one is just northwest of Danville, in between Danville and North Salem. Hail and damaging wind potential as it crosses 39. Maplewood, you're going to be in the path. Pittsboro, you're going to get in on this one as well, although maybe not the most severe part of this. Tilden, Brownsburg, Danville, Avon down the road, as this will eventually move into the eastern parts of Hendricks County. These have been moving off to the east, southeast between 30 and 35 miles per hour. North of there into parts of Boone County, not severe, but we have a few downpours. We've had some lightning as well. That's how that storm looks. I also want to point out another one that has developed. We talked about this one the last check-in as well, in the southern sections of Vermilion County. It will move right along that Vermilion-Vigo County line, head into southwestern Park County. Let's check the velocities on this. A little bit of a wind spike with that one. That's going to be near Clinton and in between Clinton and Harrison. So as I mentioned, right along that Vigo-Vermilion County line, and then headed into northwestern, or southwestern, I should say, Park County, just to the southwest of Rockville. So a little bit of wind spike there near Clinton. That is near and approaching 41 at this point. Let's check that other cell while we're here. And this one has had a history of a little bit of rotation as well. National Weather Service from a spotter had a rotating wall cloud on it, and still a little bit of wind there showing up approaching Danville. So a wind threat with this one. The severe thunderstorm warning will go until 7:45. So 7:45 as we approach 7:30 on a Tuesday evening. So let's put you back out to, that's how we look in relation to the one severe thunderstorm warning. One cell moving across Hendricks County, wind threat, hail threat with that. As it moves off to the east-southeast, will eventually be into Avon, Brownsburg. You may get an impact as well, Plainfield perhaps, and then on that path would move and impact the western and southwestern part of Marion County. Missing at this point the city of Indianapolis with the strongest part of that storm. But it is one that we'll keep an eye on. The National Weather Service eyeing that one as well. That's how the big picture looks. Let's see here. Okay, I was just double checking anything from the National Weather Service as far as any additional information coming in. Nothing from them yet, but I do want to also show you severe thunderstorm warning west of Terre Haute that will impact Vigo County in the next 20 minutes or so. So we still have a couple of areas of concern. Really, the most concern locally is with that severe warned storm in Hendricks County, and then it's not severe north of Muncie. New severe thunderstorm warning that's going to be for parts of, looks like that's going to include parts of Blackford County, perhaps north of Grant, or just north of Blackford, I should say. So that's out of our viewing area. There's Blackford County and Hartford City. So it's going to be just north of our viewing area at this point. So there's Marion and Grant County, there's Hartford City and Blackford. The warning is out of our viewing area. So that's more the Fort Wayne TV market. So we do have some rain, some rumbles of thunder possible here that would interrupt some plans. And then the area of rain in between Frankfort and Lebanon, and there's the severe warned storm for those of you in Danville. No reports coming out of this. A little bit of wind with this, as you can see, when we get those brighter colors show up, that's an indication to us of a little bit of wind. Doesn't necessarily always mean it's rotating or producing damaging winds, but it is a sign to us that we kind of have to keep an eye on that one, and it's near Danville right now. So as expected, crossing 39 and 36 near the Danville area may have some a brief damaging wind gust with this. You will have some heavy rain and some lightning and the potential of a little bit of hail too. So there's the wind, and then the heavy rain and the hail is just north of you, Danville, as you can see with the radar. But a little bit of wind around the Danville area, and Brownsburg under the severe thunderstorm warning as well until 7:45. So that's a kind of a live update on what we have so far on warnings, and keeping an eye on still a couple of storms, that one and then the one just across the state line. We're going to take a quick break, give our crew a little bit of a break. We'll be bringing you live updates off and on this evening as necessary, as a few of these storms still may reach severe limits. And then, of course, we're going to have full continuing coverage on 13 News at 11. Get you ready for the potential of a dangerous severe weather day tomorrow. So we'll see you in a little bit. And good evening. I'm meteorologist Angela Buckman back with you live on the WTHR stream, our streaming app. Just to give you a heads up that we've got a couple of additional warnings. We're still keeping an eye on that one across the state line, but Marion County is now under a severe thunderstorm warning because of that storm that was near and northeast of Danville. Still very impressive on radar. National Weather Service issues a severe thunderstorm warning for Marion County and the city of Indianapolis as this storm still has the potential of large hail and damaging wind gusts. Let's get you the highlight of the warning. The severe thunderstorm warning will go until 8:15 for the rest of Hendricks and a good part of Marion County. So severe thunderstorm warning until 8:15. The cell itself is moving east at 35 according to the National Weather Service. So let's do a track on this. This will give you some times of arrival as it moves east at 35. I'm just going to kind of follow the polygon down to the east, southeast slightly. It's into Avon now. Speedway at 7:52, downtown shortly after 8, Beech Grove about 8:15, New Pal about 8:30, and Greenfield, if it would hold together, moving across Marion, eventually into Hancock counties in the next hour, 45 minutes to an hour. So that's the track on one severe thunderstorm. From time to time, this one has produced a rotating wall cloud. If you've been with our coverage today, we've talked a lot about those. That was what, because these were individual storms, or supercells as they're called, it was easy to spot, easy to see the structure of these storms. So the National Weather Service had a bunch of pictures and information coming to them that gave them an idea and some verification of what they're seeing on radar compared to what's actually happening out in the field from the spotters. And most of what we've seen, rotating wall clouds that not necessarily have produced tornadoes. No significant wind damage coming in, but the National Weather Service issuing for wind gusts up to 60. That's the reason they went. That's the reason they issued the National Weather Service. The reason they issued the severe thunderstorm warning until 8:15 for Marion County. Now there's a close-up view of the storm. It's over Brownsburg right now. Brownsburg and Avon. Avon, even though you're not dealing with the heavy rain, you most likely have some wind out of this one. That's 36, and there's Interstate 74, and you can see the storm near and just south of Brownsburg. Moving off to the east takes it into Speedway. And remember, we did that track, and we'll do another one to take you into Marion County. Looks like it will stay just north of Ben Davis, but impact Speedway, and then eventually downtown Indianapolis. So once we go through Speedway, then we get to the north side of Indianapolis. There's downtown Rocky Ripple, but the storm has still showing signs that it may produce damaging wind gusts and some large hail. We've been keeping an eye on our shear product and our shear tracker just to show you where the storms have had a history of producing that damaging wind potential and or rotation. And I'm going to show you the track on this, and you can see it is right where the National Weather Service now has issued the severe thunderstorm warning. The storm itself near Danville is now over Brownsburg and just north of Avon and continuing to move east at about 35. That's the shear product, the wind product. We'll check the hail report as well. Still showing some signs that this could produce some hail as well, and a long line of that history as well as we show you the hail detector track. This has been very helpful already tonight with a couple of storms, this being one of them, and then we had a much more dramatic thunderstorm in terms of hail that moved near the Logansport area earlier today. But we're back on with you with the live stream because of a severe thunderstorm warning for Marion County. That will go until 8:15. This storm has a lot of lightning. It's got some wind potential with it, and there it is, a close-up view of that storm near Brownsburg, just north of Avon. The hail potential with this is where we get that dark purple, almost black area right in between Brownsburg and Avon. Let me see if any smaller towns come up. We'll just dive in a little closer. In between 36, so This is County Road 300, if you're familiar. Let's see what other, and County Road 900 and where they intersect between 36 and 74. Westwood, you're going to be in the path, Speedway, as well as the storm moves off to the east. So we've got that severe thunderstorm warning until 8:15. It is going to include a good part of Marion County. A couple of additional cells below severe limits, Greencastle, and then back through just north of Carbon and just north of Brazil, and then a severe thunderstorm warning that comes now to the state line for a couple of cells approaching Marshall, and that's going to be in the eastern, southeastern sections of Illinois, just across the state line from Terre Haute. So those are still in Illinois, but they have been severe warned for as well. We also have a cluster of showers and storms north of Muncie. These are not severe, but we do have some rain and the threat of some lightning from Hartford City to Portland, south into Winchester. So south along, that is 27 in the eastern part of the state. There's Portland. We do have some areas of rain, no lightning being detected on that close-up view. But as we take you back to Hartford City and the upland area, a few lightning strikes on this vantage point. So just be aware, we still have some showers and thunderstorms moving across central Indiana, and this is going to continue for us over, we think, over the next couple of hours. Eventually, this is going to sink south and east. It's 10 till 8 on a Tuesday evening. We expect by 10, 11 o'clock to be much, much weaker and continuing to make that move to the southeastern part of the state. We'll have full coverage for you over on 13 at 11 o'clock. While we've got you here, again, severe thunderstorm warning for Marion County until 8:15, all because of an intense, potentially severe storm that is right over Brownsburg, east of Brownsburg now, into Speedway, and moving quickly now into the western sections of Marion County. So the leading edge has made its way into Speedway. There you can see if we've got a hail core with this one, it's in between 36 and 74, just northeast of Avon and just to the southwest of Brownsburg, but that's headed right toward the Speedway area. So heads up the western sections of Marion County. We remain under a severe thunderstorm watch for a good part of central Indiana until 11. And then we're going to turn our attention, once we get through tonight, to a severe threat as we head into the day tomorrow. This is Future Track 13 showing what's left of that line moving out overnight and early tomorrow. If you need some dry time, you're going to have a few hours early in the day on Wednesday. Then the potential of a dangerous severe weather setup for parts of central Indiana. Most of us are at a level 3, level 4 threat. We don't see these kinds of threats very often from the Storm Prediction Center. But what it means, that level 4, widespread severe storms, strong tornadoes, widespread wind damage, and destructive hail. That's the area in red. The area in orange, that darker orange, that's an enhanced 3. Numerous severe storms, a few tornadoes, damaging wind, large hail. That includes just about all of us, except for the far southern part that's under a level 2. So we want really anywhere in central Indiana for you to be aware that there's that potential for a dangerous severe weather setup for tomorrow. We don't get this very often either when we are into that 15+% probability of an intense tornado, and that's depicted here from the Storm Prediction Center in areas across the northern half of the state. This is the reason we want you to have several ways to get warnings tomorrow. Keep that cell phone charged if you can. Keep the ringer on. Now, if you would get into a situation where it's a destructive thunderstorm or a tornado warning, oftentimes the sound will go regardless, but just if you can, keep the ringer on so that you can get all the alerts as necessary. In addition to that tornado probability, we've got damaging wind probability that's even higher in that 45–60% range for 80+ mile-per-hour winds. Destructive winds with some of these storms, at least that possibility tomorrow. This is an early look at the timeline for tomorrow, and we get new once we get into high resolution data that we're going to get updates every hour. So we'll be able to show you where the storms are and where we expect them to go over a few hour time frame. Mentioned you're going to have a few hours of dry time. This is noon tomorrow. Anytime after that, we're going to have a couple waves of rain and storms. There will be a warm front basically draped across central Indiana. That warm front will be the focus for the potential of some what we call longer track tornadoes. That means tornadoes, thunderstorm producing a tornado for a long period of time. That's going to be a possibility as we head into the afternoon and early evening hours. Then we expect a line of storms to start to form early evening. So this is 7 p.m. with Future Track 13, and that line of storms will then cut across the area between, say, 7 and midnight, give or take, with tornado potential still, and those destructive winds 80 plus. This is the radar depiction at 11 o'clock on Wednesday night before this clears and we get into a quieter weather pattern. But tomorrow, again, appears all of the parameters coming into play for setting us up for a dangerous, severe weather day. We were back with you live here on the WTHR streaming app due to a severe thunderstorm warning for Marion County. I've got just a couple of cells. This isn't a big continuous line of storms at this point, but we do have an intense storm now moving across Marion County from Speedway to just west of downtown. This is east of Avon, east of Brownsburg, and headed toward the Ben Davis campus, up towards Speedway, and then we'll move into the heart of downtown with some damaging winds and perhaps some hail and heavy rain and lightning as well. We're getting about 13 strikes out of this storm at this point, and we have a couple of additional showers.
Got a wall cloud near Avon.
Near Avon, okay.
Yeah. Just a heads up there.
We have seen a lot of those. A lot of those.
Yeah.
And don't you think it's because there have been just a couple of storms, so we haven't had, the disruption of a line, the disruption of rain.
Yep.
So spotters have been able to get a clear view from miles and miles and miles away of the storm structure of these.
There's a bit of a hook on the radar. I'm using the terminal radar, and so there is a bit of a hook. You can see it right there. So there's Avon. There are spotters. There's multiple spotters showing essentially the same thing. Broad rotation, moving along 36 and the Ronald Reagan Expressway. This is moving due east, by the way. I've seen a little bit of a lowering near Avon, so not a surprise. Keep in mind, this is the long track. Let me back that up. New image is going to come in here very shortly. This is this persistent supercell, and you said it, Angela. I thought by now we would have way more storms, and we haven't. So they're not fighting each other for all the ingredients that are in place. And there's just enough to produce some rotation and some supercells. That black that you see there in the radar, those dark purples, that's the hail core over Claremont. That's going to head over towards Speedway. That hook that you see there, that's now east of Avon, all right? Going to cross through Westwood. And let me show you a few of our cameras that we have here. I've tried to position some of our NDOT cameras. So that's 465 and Rockville Road. Maybe NDOT will change that view a little bit. This is Crawfordsville Road there at 465. And then I want to show you, this is our North Tower camera. But let me go back and show you. So this is our camera on the pagoda looking south. And this is going to give us a very interesting vantage point of this until the core moves over it. But that just kind of show you where this thing is right now. Again, it's broad rotation, severe thunderstorm warning, includes Marion County, good portion of Marion County, by the way, for 60-mile-per-hour wind potential and quarter-sized hail. All right. Now I can show you the radar presentation one more time. I can tell you, and there's some of those, so that you can see some of the hail reports with it. If you live on the north side, so if you're in Meridian Hills, the hail core likely is going to stay to your south. Even if you're in Rocky Ripple, Broad Ripple, the hail core looks like, to me, looks like it's going to stay to your south as well. The south side of Eagle Creek close, the north side of Eagle Creek should miss out on this, the hail core, okay? If you live in downtown Indy, Speedway, that core is likely going to spread eastward. May stay south of Lafayette Square Mall, but heck, even here at the station, we may get some quarter-sized hail here with this particular storm as it moves toward the east, okay? Let me show you the wind perspective. It's not overly impressive, but as I back it up over the last 45 minutes, you can see a little bit of that broad rotation, enough that's caused some lowering. And again, keep in mind, this is a storm that we've been following, goodness, it seems like for a couple hours.
Yes?
Yeah.
What time is it? Is it 8? Yes, we have.
My brain is mush, but.
Yeah, we have.
So there you can see the hail reports that have been coming in. Let me click on a few of those real quickly. Just
yeah, because it initiated in
just
Illinois.
got a new report there. So that's not severe hail, if indeed, yeah. So there, now that is. So you get up to that 1-inch diameter gets you to the quarter-sized. But this is what we're seeing. I'm going to toss it back to you. I'm going to adjust some of these NDOT cameras here.
Okay.
And but yeah, I mean, this gives you a really great vantage point on radar, at least, of that heavy rain, rain hail core that is going to be moving right across Country Club Road. So there's 10th Street. If you're north of 10th Street, back the radar up just here as we get a new frame in. If you're along 21st Street there, High School Road, 465, right around Speedway, you're going to probably get into this core. And again, that's going to come right down the pike here and get us at the station. We'll see what shape the hail core is in. But if you're just hopping on here, WTHR streaming channel, there is the severe thunderstorm warning that includes Indianapolis. Avon, you're done, okay? Brownsburg, you're done with this storm. Plainfield looks like, to me, the worst is going to miss you there. But there is the severe thunderstorm warning polygon. But the farther north you are in that polygon, the less chance you have of getting into the teeth of this thing.
All right, severe thunderstorm warning until 8:15, getting lots of reports of pea-size hail. That was Northfield and Dan Jones in Brownsburg. And I had to smile at this one. He's a ham operator, used to work here,
Oh,
Eric.
yes, I saw Eric. I did.
We always appreciated his help when he worked here at 13, and he's a ham radio operator as well, so he's part of the Central Indiana Skywarn Network. So we had to give him a smile and a thank you for noticing the broad rotation with this one. That was his report. Pea-size hail reported at 21st and Tansel in Indianapolis. Pea-size in Avon. Sean did show you that it looked like there was maybe one near Avon as well. Another report of inch diameter hail. Lots of pea-size hail reported at 34th and Eagle Creek in Indianapolis. Quarter size at 21st and Tansel. I hope I said that correctly. So we are getting reports from this storm, severe warned storm until 8:15 for Marion County. Lots of hail reports coming in and broad rotation, as the spotters have termed it. So still may end up with some damaging wind gusts with this, but we are definitely getting lots of hail reports. So good thing to keep in mind. If you are east side, you've got a few minutes before that hail core reaches you. Maybe a good idea if you have a garage to go ahead and put the car in. We're getting dozens of hail reports from this storm as it moved, really initiated in Illinois and then moved across parts of central Indiana and now is impacting the city of Indianapolis and Marion County, up toward Rocky Ripple. Got a good camera?
Oh, pop up N.1. We got to go looking for some gold. I believe that looks like a rainbow there. In the middle,
sure
or
is.
am I seeing things? Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah, so that particular camera is looking south. You can see the heavy rain with it as well. Yeah, you know what? We are going to get some rainbows because pop up N.2, you can see the sun shining in that particular shot that's looking northwest.
Oh, wow.
So fascinating view here. Now I'm going to, bear with me, I'm going to take that camera and we're going to show you what it looks like here at the station. Yeah, pop that other one up if you can. Pop up 2, because that's, I got I-65 there, so that's looking west. That rain is pounding us here downtown at this hour. We're about to get into the core. It's a, you know, listen, in the big scheme of things, this is actually a relatively small, this is not a very big storm. It is going through a pretty populated area, obviously. I'm just hot punching these cameras, so hang with me. And then let me grab one more. So this is going to be 70 looking toward the skyline, coming into the north split there. All right, so severe thunderstorm warning continues. We've got all kinds of hail reports that are ranging from P's. We've had a couple of quarters. And this is the severe thunderstorm warning. So once again, if you're just tuning in, the radar is doing an update on the scan there. There you go. So let me show you where, and again, I say a tiny storm. You're over Eagle Creek, you're done, okay? Northsiders, you're okay. This is a Speedway to downtown Indy storm, in my opinion, right now. So this is going over Speedway High School, the Coca-Cola bottling company over there, obviously going across the Speedway and going to be moving through the heart of Marion County here in the city with this severe thunderstorm warning. In terms of rotation, it is very broad. There's probably a lowering somewhere near perhaps on the southwestern quadrant of this. Plainfield, you're done, by the way. Beech Grove, this is heading toward you. Let me just loop the radar here. It's possible, Southport, if not likely, that you're going to miss this as well.
Yeah.
Doesn't it appear that way, Angela?
Yeah, Beech Grove, Acton, so east side,
yeah,
inside the loop, basically, inside
yeah,
the 465 loop.
Yeah, and then take it over if it holds. But yeah, boy, we are getting absolutely drilled with a heck of a rain here. I want the rain. I do not want the hail. But the radar, and there you go. So look at that new report that just came in right by the Speedway. Let's see what let's see what we get out of that. So that's not terribly big. Keep it that way, and we'll be okay. Right?
Yeah, yeah.
Keep it that way, we'll be okay.
Full view from the Speedway camera.
Yeah, pop up that pagoda cam if you want there, and then you get it back over to Ange at the wall there.
Yeah, I mean, it's granted the camera's up a bit, but
sure.
boy, you can't see we're on the main straightaway. You can barely see turn one. So visibility is low. That's one thing. I tell you, we were coming back from Cleveland over the weekend, and I ran into that line of storms in Toledo, and it was some of the worst driving weather. When you get into a storm like this that's producing just the sheets of rain, you get the water that starts to pond on the roadways. It makes it very difficult to drive, and that's the kind of rain that we're feeling and seeing in downtown Indianapolis, and some additional severe thunderstorm warnings as well. The one from Marion County goes until 8:15. So a severe thunderstorm warning still for Marion County until 8:15. Boy, we've got the really heavy rain overhead now, and numerous dozens of reports of some small hail. Let's slide back to the west. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Putnam County. This is going to be for parts of Putnam, Clay, Hendricks, Owen Park, and Putnam until 8:30. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued because of this storm that is just coming out of southeastern Park County. This is the storm that we were tracking. Let's back it up. So we had been keeping an eye on this one that moved over southern Vermilion into southern Park, and now has intensified a little bit more and is now going to move in between Greencastle and Cage Mill. or Caggle Mill, basically Greencastle and Cloverdale. So this is going to move over the southern half of Putnam County from Greencastle to Cloverdale. It's near Pleasant Gardens right now, if you're familiar with that in the western part of the state. Heavy rain, hail, maybe some damaging winds with this one. Very similar to the individual storms that we've been tracking already. And by the way, probably can't hear it from my microphone, but just in case you can, that is some very heavy rain over downtown Indianapolis right now. The other warning is going to be for areas to this is going to be closer to Terre Haute, so Sullivan and Vigo counties. I show you this, and we'll come out just a little bit. I show you this because that warning, as it continues east-southeast, if it would hold together, may impact eventually down the road Bloomington and Monroe County. So just keep an eye. We're not done with the storm threat yet. We've got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings now. One for the severe storm over Marion County. Very heavy rain. No new reports coming in, but we are getting several reports of hail. So keep that in mind as this storm moves on. And moving east at 35. Let's come out now. I'll give you some times of arrival on this storm. So we'll track the leading edge of this. Moving across the northern parts of Marion County, off to the east between 30 and 35 miles per hour, into Lawrence at 8:15, into the regional airport. So that's going to be Mount Comfort. So think east of Indianapolis along 70 and Mount Comfort. Greenfield at 8:40. Carthage, if it holds together, in about an hour. Knightstown, about an hour for you as well. So that would take it out of Marion County into across Hancock, and then eventually into northwestern Rush County. So just be aware, this storm has held together. So we wanted to give you an idea of where we expect it to go next. Eastern Marion County, then into Hancock, then into the northern parts of Rush County if it would hold together. Really heavy rain. Again, it's the kind that you can't drive in.
We got a rainbow on the pagoda cam that's looking
really?
south now.
Let me
got a rainbow on the pagoda cam.
I did have that graphic up. Let me see if I can pull that one back up. Oh, there it is. Oh yeah, that's a good one. So we obviously may see one over downtown eventually once we get out of this very heavy rain. But boy, it is pouring. I mean, really coming down over downtown Indianapolis at this hour. We're going to go back to radar in just a second, but I wanted to, if I can, Sean's been doing a great job on the cameras. We do have one on the north side, so that's really interesting. So our north side camera is just north of all of the very heavy rain that we have over downtown right now. So kind of an interesting view. The north side camera has a little bit of sunshine on it.
I've got a north split camera.
Okay, perfect.
And then hang tight and I'll grab a...
Okay, that must be the split there, Interstate 65 and 70. Yeah, there's the north split.
And my friend tells me we're getting some hail now downtown, which makes complete sense.
So yes, very heavy rain, small hail or so. Most of it's been pea size to quarter size at the most. But that can do a little bit of damage. So we tried to give you a heads up that this storm was coming in, and if you have a garage, to try to move that in. But I'd say the storm itself impacting downtown and headed toward the east side. Lawrence, it might be just to your south, the heaviest rain. Castleton, I think you miss out on the heaviest rain. Where is that heavy rain going to go? Warren Park, Beech Grove. And Beech Grove may be a little farther south, too far south for the heaviest rain, but think Cumberland. So east side of Indianapolis, and we can kind of hear.
There's the hail.
Hear the hail here.
Yep.
At the station here.
And you can see it actually. You can see it on the north split camera, and obviously we can hear it here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go. I tell you what. I'm gonna give me a moment. Leave my mic up.
He's going to go out.
I'm just gonna look outside just to see what we have. Oh, I can already see the sun, by the way. Yeah, this is a quick hitter. Hang tight. Oh yeah, it's small. It's enough to put a little bit of a coating on the driveway here. I would probably put it at pea-sized outside, guys.
All right, thank you for that update. Again, really coming down in downtown Indianapolis. You can see the visibility is reduced from that camera. This is 65 and West Street and MLK, really coming down. So this is pretty close to the station as well. And then there is a view of the north split, Interstate 65 and 70. Boy, you can see the spray of water from the cars along the highway here. That's what makes the driving so difficult, especially if you're in an area and you're going full speed and then all of a sudden you're encountering this much water on the roads. Makes driving very, very difficult. This is honestly some of the heaviest rain I think I've ever heard downtown.
Yeah, yeah.
And the pea-size hail as well. We can hear that kind of pinging off the roof. What you see from radar, the National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning, not surprising here in areas east. So we talked about east side of Indianapolis into Greenfield and then impacting areas to the south, just a little bit. Acton, I think the heaviest stays just north of you, and they went ahead and did northwestern Shelby. The National Weather Service issuing a new severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Hancock, Marion, and northern Shelby until 8:45 this evening because of the very heavy rain, the hail potential, and the wind too.
For us here downtown, like it's over.
It's over. It's quiet.
Right?
It's quiet now. It was really loud there for a while. But this is the new severe thunderstorm warning until 8:45. Cumberland, that's going to include you. We did just have some small hail here at the station downtown. This is getting ready to move into Warren Park, Crossroad Temple. Lawrence on the north side. I don't think it's as far north as those of you in Fishers, but then Cumberland, Spring Lake, Sugar Creek, Buck Creek, that would be closer to that Mount Comfort area and the regional airport out there along 70 and Mount Comfort Road. And then there's Greenfield. And eventually this storm that you see Greenfield to your west is going to make a move your way. They've been moving between 30 and 35 miles per hour off to the east. So new severe thunderstorm warning until 8:45. We have a couple of additional warnings here west of Indianapolis. This one's going to be for parts of Putnam, Clay, Hendricks, Owen Park until 8:30 because of a severe storm that is approaching the Cloverdale area. I will give you a closer view of this storm. So we got you caught up. East Siders, get ready. East side of Indianapolis, east side of Marion County. Severe storm moving in right now. This one is near Alma Lake, west of Greencastle. Almost the steady rain is approaching Greencastle and Putnamville at this point. Hail core with this one. That is near Alma Lake. If it would have one of those rotating clouds that we've seen a lot of these storms have, that's going to be just northeast of Carbon, east of 39. So there's that storm as well. So this one impacting parts of Putnam and Park counties and will continue to move off to the east. Greencastle, heads up, it's coming in. The hail producing part of that storm is still to your west, Greencastle and Putnamville. There's 231. And this will produce very similar to what we just had downtown, blinding rain that quickly leads to some street flooding, and that potential for some small to medium size hail. But that storm is prompted a warning until 8:30. Let's go south and west. There is another storm here, very similar to what we've seen so far with these cells. Hail core on the north side, a little bit of rotation, whether that be a wall cloud. Most of the wall clouds, those rotating wall clouds we've seen just south of the hail core and had looked very similar to this on radar, just a little bit of a hook there. That is coming in south of Terre Haute and impacting the southern sections of Vigo County. That is still in Vigo, yes, not Sullivan. So right now, mainly big impact would be southern half of Vigo County for that storm that does have some rotation with it at this point. Let's check the velocities here. And we're going to be well away from our radar beam, but there's that one. There's that one. Again, a little bit of a wind spike, a little bit of rotation. These, from the spotters anyway, been categorized as broad rotation and not producing necessarily funnels or tornadoes. And we still then have that wind spike on the east side of Indianapolis as well. In terms of hail, we know we had it in downtown Indianapolis and some small hail, and that's getting ready to head toward the east side and Interstate 465 in the eastern part of Marion County. Severe thunderstorm warning for Marion County was set to expire at 8:15. That did and was extended now until 8:45 off to the east for those of you in New Pal, Greenfield, Acton, just to the north of Shelbyville. It looks like this one's going to stay north of you, Shelbyville, but that is one of several warnings that we have right now across central Indiana, and that severe threat continues for us. We've got another little cell north of Lebanon. This is going to be in between Lebanon and Frankfort with some pockets of heavier rain, some lightning possible with this one as well. So far, most of our reports, storm reports coming in, and I will put those on, center around those rotating wall clouds that have been reported and hail. So let's come out just a little bit, and you can see most recent reports really over Hendricks and Marion counties with the numerous reports of hail. So concentrated here with hail reports, and that's what's headed toward the east side of Indianapolis and the east side of Marion County, and then eventually into the Greenfield area. So that's the latest on that severe thunderstorm warning. Let me check anything from the National Weather Service. Let's see here. Yep, just those reports of hail in downtown. Broad rotation with some of the cells earlier, so nothing standing out from the National Weather Service. But what does stand out on radar, that severe thunderstorm that's now impacting the east side of Indianapolis. This is headed toward Greenfield, should stay just north of you in Shelbyville, but perhaps clip the northern sections of Shelby County. And then there's that severe storm headed into Greencastle right now. So that one is near, the heavy rain is near 231. Hail core not quite as intense, but we're still seeing, well, just as I say, that new radar scan, and you can see sometimes we get that white and that dark purple. That is near Alma Lake and northeast of there, and then all headed east toward Greencastle. So Greencastle, heads up, these storms have a history of hail, very like blinding rain. So just be aware that those storms are moving in. Severe thunderstorm warning for you, parts of Putnam County, and there's the cell for southern Vigo, and then the one on the east side of Indianapolis that is moving toward Greenfield. We do expect these storms to continue to push off to the east, and eventually the line itself will move southeast. Severe thunderstorm watch continues for most of us until 11, although Sean pointed this out. A lot of that severe threat is ending now northwest of us, northwest of Indianapolis, as the line of severe storms makes a move to the south and east. There's how it looks on Future Track 13. Pretty good job on the placement. When you join us at 11, there still may be some lingering showers and storms south. That will move out, and really then all of our focus is going to be on tomorrow and a more significant threat of severe weather. Storm Prediction Center has most of us at a level 3, level 4 threat. That means widespread severe storms, strong tornadoes in that level 4 threat, destructive hail 2 inches plus in diameter, and in the enhanced threat, the level 3 threat, numerous severe storms, some tornadoes, damaging wind, and large hail. So we do expect it to be another busy day for us, tracking storms, and unfortunately a much increased threat of severe weather not only the categories, the hail, the larger hail, the destructive winds, the tornadoes, but also expecting it to be a bit more widespread than what we have on radar right now, which is a handful of individual thunderstorms that causing some problems on this Tuesday evening, but we're not dealing with a big line. And we expect that tomorrow to come in two waves, one early afternoon through early evening, and then another wave late evening into the early part of Thursday. So a day to definitely check back with us, as we'll be keeping you updated on severe storms moving through central Indiana. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for the east side of Marion County, headed into Hancock County and northwestern Shelby. We also have that severe thunderstorm warning for the southern half of Putnam County. Just let these storms pass you by. Spend some time inside, away from windows and doors. A lot of rain, a lot of lightning, and a lot of hail. That's what we had here downtown Indianapolis, a lot of hail as well. So just keep in mind, we're continuing to keep an eye on radar on this Tuesday evening. The third severe thunderstorm warning is going to be for southern Vigo. That, if it would hold together on that path, may have an impact for southern Clay, southern Owen counties, and then maybe northern Greene and into Bloomington before it's all said and done this evening. So we do still have a handful of storms that we continue to track on this Tuesday evening, and a lot of the storm reports so far have centered around hail, not necessarily wind damage. Let's put the storm reports back on. Actually, we'll do this real quick. We'll find the storm reports that would give us.
Well, I don't like that supercell. I know it's not in our viewing area, but man,
the Vigo County.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah, but on, if following that out, if it wouldn't weaken, maybe southern Clay, southern Owen for that one. And I'll show you what he's talking about. So he's talking about this one. Clear hook on this one, and they did just go tornado warning on it for southern Vigo, and that's going to include northern Sullivan, and it looks like the far sliver of Clay County. So in the southwestern part of the state, this is the Terre Haute TV market, so they will be covering that. We'll stick with you as well here on the WTHR live stream, but just know they've gone tornado warning on that. Let me give you the details of that real quick. So they did do tornado warning on that for southern Vigo, the western sliver of Clay, and then the northern part of Sullivan, and that tornado warning until 9 p.m. So just as Sean said, he didn't like the look of it, that hook getting a little more organized. And it is a storm that we've been keeping you updated on, even though it's closer to the Terre Haute area. It has held its strength and perhaps organized a little bit more. And what we're seeing with the velocities is definitely a spike there. So that is south of Terre Haute, pretty clear, what we call couplet red and green close together, and this will continue to move across the southern sections of Vigo County, northern parts of Sullivan County. So if you're familiar with the southwestern part of the state, that is in the Terre Haute tornado, or Terre Haute TV market, and they are under a tornado warning. We'll keep the velocities on. Nothing that significant here, but approaching the Greencastle area with some hail, perhaps some gusty winds, and definitely that heavy rain that we dealt with on in the downtown area. And then let's check that east side for wind as well while we've got the velocities on. So if this one has some wind with it, that's going to be just outside the 465 loop near the community of Sundown, just north of Acton, and continuing to move off to the east into eastern Marion, and then eventually into parts of Hancock County. So this is a storm that we obviously continue to monitor, along with a couple of others. This severe thunderstorm warning, I believe that goes until 8:45. I'm pretty sure on that one. Yes, 8:45 on that one. And then severe thunderstorm warning for the Greencastle area and Putnam County. That will go until 8:30, and that's going to include those of you in Greencastle and the southern half of Putnam County for the most part, till 8:30 on that severe thunderstorm warning. So we do still have a couple of storms reaching severe limits at this point across central Indiana. Heavy rain, lots of lightning, the potential still for hail, damaging winds, and a rotating thunderstorm. National Weather Service out of Indianapolis did put Vigo, southern Vigo, northern Sullivan under a severe thunderstorm warning, severe thunderstorm warning upgraded to a tornado warning because of that hook, the rotation that they're seeing there with that storm just to the south of Terre Haute. So there's Terre Haute if you're familiar. And there's the storm near Prairieton and headed toward Lewis. So for us, we'd want to keep an eye on the path of this as it may impact southern parts of Clay, southern Owen, northern Greene counties. So we'll continue to watch this one carefully, and then the severe thunderstorm warning for Greencastle, and then the east side of Indianapolis headed toward Greenfield. Still a hail core showing up with that one just outside the 465 loop. Let's put a track on this. These have been moving east at about 30-35 miles per hour. And we'll show you the storm, and then we'll map this out moving east at about 35. So it's in Spring Lake now. Greenfield, you've got less than 10 minutes Greenfield before you've got that blinding rain and some hail. Morristown at 8:47, so you've got about 20 minutes or so on that one. Carthage just before 9, Knightstown at 9. If it would hold together, this will move eventually into the far eastern part of the state, impacting the area just northwest of Connorsville in Glenwood at 9:28. So there are some times of arrival of that storm that is on the east side of Indianapolis right now. And then they let the warning go on that one. I guess it is 8:30 or so, pretty close to it, for Greencastle. Tornado warned storm for area south of Terre Haute. We'll check velocities, still showing that, and that bright green again. Your eyes go to it, so do ours, and that's the area that we're watching for the potential of damaging winds, the potential of a tornado-producing thunderstorm, and that is south of Terre Haute, southern sections of Vigo County, and that will continue to move off to the east. And this one has gained a little bit of strength right there as it entered the western and southwestern sections of Indiana. So National Weather Service has their eyes on that one as well. So we've got a couple of storms. Let's ride it out until 8:45. 8:45, and then we'll give our crew a break. We'll see what the National Weather Service does with this severe thunderstorm warning. But boy, we can tell you it rained really hard in downtown Indianapolis. We had the small hail. Most likely there was a little bit of wind with this, and it's still showing that hail core just outside the 465 loop. That is approaching Sugar Creek right now, over Cumberland, Burge Trace. So this is east of Warren Park. Here's Highway 40. Here's 52. So right between Highway 40 and 52, near and just south of Cumberland. Decent size hail core there. That is moving east toward those of you in Sugar Creek. So take shelter. Severe thunderstorm warning until 8:45. This will impact Spring Lake, eventually Greenfield, and the rest of Hancock County and perhaps the northern sections of Shelby County. Although I can tell you the storm really, the rough part of this storm is going to ride just north of that county line, just north of you in Morristown, and really impacting Hancock County, as I think the roughest part of this cell will stay just north of Shelby County. But the severe thunderstorm warning goes until 8:45. Let's check any info from the National Weather Service. Let's see here. Okay, so it was Casey out at the Weather Service, concerned, saw the same thing Sean did about the one in south of Terre Haute. They're reaching out to spotters to see if anybody is on that storm for some verification. And really, that's what the spotters help with. They help feed information to the National Weather Service, because if you're inside looking at a radar, you can only see so much. It really helps with pictures and verification, storm reports on what do we see on radar. Does it match what's happening with that storm out in the wide open where the storm is? So that National Weather Service reaching out for some additional information on that storm. It is a tornado warned storm for southern sections of Vigo County, and that will continue to impact the far western part of our state. Again, we're going to be concerned if it holds together and doesn't lose that rotation, does it hold together and impact places like Clay City and Brunswick and then into parts of Owen County? So just stick with us. We'll be keeping you updated off and on this evening as necessary here on the WTHR live stream. We're happy you found us, and also want to let you know that this is a stream that is up 24/7 that you're able to see even on non-severe weather days. Sometimes we'll have forecast information going. We'll always have the radar up so that you can see the latest, even if it's just a quiet day and we've got rain and a few thunderstorms, not severe. But then you'll always get extended coverage as necessary here on the WTHR live stream. So we do have a couple of warnings, and they're continuing to watch these storms as they move across parts of Ohio. Basically 2 storms at this point: the tornado warning storm for the southern part of Vigo County, and then the severe thunderstorm warning that is now just about out of Marion County. This one, much like it did when Sean was tracking it, from time to time showing a little bit of a hook there. So if there, and we showed you that with that wind spike, that bright green that was near sundown and north of Acton. If this one has some wind with it, it's going to be there. The hail core is now approaching Sugar Creek. This is just south of Buck Creek and in between 40 and 52. That's where the hail core is. Broad rotation to the south of that hail core, and that is going to move along and just south of 52. So we'll keep an eye on that one, because that one looks a little more interesting than it has as we take you back in time, which I think I can do here. Take you back in time just a little bit. So you can see right about here, that hook gets a little more organized, so a little more broad rotation with this one. Let's see if the National Weather Service, if anybody's still on that one. Okay, so they are. One of the Skywarn folks, general rotation similar to the storms. Let's see. So they're seeing the same broad rotation. And what's interesting is we've had those rotating wall clouds. We've had a handful of tornado warnings already, but most of the storm reports are coming in with hail and really aren't seeing or hearing of any significant damage reports, right, Sean?
Yeah.
In terms of wind?
Nope, thankfully no. These have been pretty much hailers. I will tell you, so unfortunately the Evansville radar site right now is not operational.
Oh.
So we would normally be able to get a little bit of a better scan on that cell that's south of Terre Haute, the rotation. As it stands, the beam height over there from Indianapolis is approximately 5,500 feet. Now what you're looking at there, that's the storm that's had that long history. Look at that. Look at all of those hail reports. Now I'm not saying it's all severe hail, but if you've been in that hail core, you know that thing came down to beat the band there for a long time. Quick mover, moving out of Marion County just about. So I want to spend a little time on this. This is where you've seen those purple shades on the radar. Yeah, we're getting a new scan. Hang tight. And it is showing a little bit of a hook there just to the east of Wanamaker. So if you're in New Pal, let me switch over to rotation on this. Yeah, there's just a little bit. It's very broad, but I guess what I'm trying to tell you is that like we saw over in Avon, it's possible that you could see a little bit of a lowering or some kind of rotation as it moves into New Pal and Sugar Creek there along 52. So don't be surprised. And forget it, this is, let me circle where I think it would be. And let me just take that radar back so you can see it right there, right in there. So there's Thompson Road. There's 600, 500 south, right in that little zone. Would not surprise me. But I will tell you, and let me show you the radar. I'm going to put the radar into motion. This is a 45-minute loop. I'm going to take it back a couple of hours so you can see the progression of that supercell. And that's what it is. I mean, just enough ingredients in place. I will tell you, there's a lot of wind energy that we have. We didn't have a lot of moisture. And then tomorrow we are going to have stronger wind energy. We will have increasing moisture. And then we're going to have all kinds of boundaries around as well. Okay, so the setup's definitely different tomorrow. And a lot of, this may hinge on what happens in the morning and midday. How long are we going to, see that first complex going on? Okay. But yeah, we're keeping an eye out on things. This is rainbow weather,
right?
that we have. And then let me, so again, there's all of those hail reports. Now let me take a look here, Angela, because it looks like might have a couple of wind reports here. So that's estimated 60 mile per hour near Rochdale. And then let's see what this other report is from earlier. That's about a 60 mile per hour. Other than that, all of these here, these are all hail reports. We appreciate, we've got so many pictures. I think our desk is going to try to turn things around.
Okay, perfect.
But yeah, look at that's a hook.
Yep.
That is a hook there. I'm going to see if I can get us a camera there. Let's see if we can get something that's pointed to the east. Yeah, there we go. I found one. I think that's NDOT 2 at 70 and Post Road. That's giving us a little bit of a vantage point of that. Mentioned rainbow weather, and then let me hang tight here. I'm going to have to, that's a west, just bear with me, because this is just, I don't know which direction these cameras are pointing until I get on them. Yeah, we might have to get something a little farther north.
Yeah, I can take radar for you if you want while you do that.
And when you get a scan like that, all you have to do is just move it back one little frame and it'll pop back on for you.
Got it.
So when we're in the terminal, when we get into this kind of situation, when they're getting these new scans in rapidly, we tend to lose data. A
little bit of data.
But yes, but that, yeah, we're going to have to watch that, I believe.
Okay. So we do have some storms approaching Sheridan, Arcadia, so southern parts of Tipton, northern sections of Hamilton County, and then northeastern Boone. That's below severe limits. There's our severe thunderstorm warning that at times showing some broad rotation. It is over Sugar Creek now. The worst of it, Greenfield, may stay just to your south, but who's going to get the impact from this? Fountaintown, Bowman Acres, it's over Sugar Creek right now with the potential of some larger hail. We had P to probably marble size, maybe P to marble dime size-ish over downtown Indianapolis, and a lot of reports across Marion County. And then this will basically move along 52 and Highway 40. In between those is where we find the hail. If there's a 60 mile per hour gust with this one, that's going to be closer to New Pal, if just not south of there, and now east of there. So that's approaching Fountaintown. So we look for the brighter greens to show up here on radar, and that is showing up along 52 near Fountaintown. This is moving, basically will just ride right along 52, and if it holds together, Morristown would be in the path next of the potential of some stronger wind gusts with this one. And the hail core with this is still just to the north. We've been monitoring the hail detector, and we've seen a lot of that, especially with the radar. You can see where we have the heavy rain and the potential of the hail with the darker images here. The darker purple, the black showing up. That's east of Sugar Creek and in between Highway 40 and 52. Severe thunderstorm warning continues until 8:45. Heads up Morristown, heads up Carthage. This is going to stay north of you, Shelbyville, but on this path might clip Rushville, maybe. Otherwise, it's a really small, compact thunderstorm, but severe with lots of hail, blinding rain, and the potential of some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, as this is the storm that did produce those reports out west of Indianapolis near Roachdale. National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for this. Instead of extending the tornado warning, that's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for southern Clay, southern Owen, and northern Greene counties until 9:15. So that is a new severe thunderstorm warning based on that storm that the National Weather Service is keeping an eye on, and we have too over the last hour or so as it moved out of Illinois and is now impacting the southwestern part of our area. So new severe thunderstorm warning until 9:15. I'm going to take you till 8:45. If I don't get any more significant warnings, we're going to take a little bit of a break, but that will get you through this warned storm that is now over southern Hancock County. Again, if you are watching, we are thankful you found us here on the WTHR stream. We've been giving you some continuing coverage on a couple of severe storms. This one is south of Greenfield, headed right toward Morristown, in that area between Greenfield and Morristown. So southern Hancock, and then the northern and northeastern sections of Shelby County. At times, this one has had a little bit of a hook with some damaging wind reports that we got from from west of Indianapolis near Roachdale and Ladoga of 60-mile-per-hour winds. Otherwise, this has been a hail producer and a very heavy rain producer. Any luck on the cameras before we take a quick break?
Not right now.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's all right. So this is how radar looks kind of close to Indianapolis. I'll come out just a little bit. Not severe, but we definitely have the heavy rain and the lightning here along that Tipton-Hamilton County line. We've got another little cell north of Cloverdale. The warned storm was a tornado warning for southern Vigo. They're doing severe thunderstorm for southern Clay and southwestern Owen. The warning for southern Hancock has expired, but we will let you know that those of you in southeastern Hancock, northwestern Shelbyville, in between Knightstown and Morristown, need to be on the lookout for very heavy rain and a hail-producing thunderstorm that continues to move off to the east. So we're going to wrap our coverage just for a little bit. Don't go anywhere. If you want to keep the stream up, you're still going to see radar, and if need be, we'll continue to bring you some continuing live weather coverage. And just know that you will want to find this place again tomorrow, this and Channel 13, as we expect more severe weather and perhaps leaning toward a more dangerous setup for severe storms tomorrow. I'm meteorologist Angela Buckman along with meteorologist Sean Ash. We'll be back with you in a few. across parts of central Indiana, we do have a new tornado warning. National Weather Service got a call about a potential tornado in Putnam County. This is one of the storms that we've been keeping an eye on for, gosh, the last hour and a half or so over on the WTHR stream. It's been severe thunderstorm warned until now, but the National Weather Service getting a call about a potential tornado southeast of Greencastle in the southeastern sections of Putnam County. So they have issued a tornado warning for parts of Putnam, southern Hendricks into portions of Morgan counties. This tornado warning will go until 9:15. It is a new tornado warning from the National Weather Service for the far southern part of Hendricks County into northwestern Morgan and then the southeastern corner of Putnam County. New tornado warning until 9:15. A lot of what we have seen so far with these storms have centered around very heavy rain.
Hey, Angela.
Yes, sir.
I hate to interrupt.
No, interrupt.
If they punch up N.2, I believe that is the wall cloud.
Okay.
So what you're looking at there, that's I-70. This particular camera is along 70, and it's looking west, most importantly. I believe that may be our wall cloud. All right, you can see the lowering there. I think that's it. So we need to just keep an eye on that. But yes, to your point, it's radar, kind of radar indicated, but also someone called. Based on what I was able to see from the radar, the rotation did weaken a couple of scans, and now it's trying to ramp back up. But I think that pretty sure that is our wall cloud that we're looking at. And this is going to actually may come very close to the camera. So it's actually moving toward the camera that I have positioned. That camera, by the way, is west of Monrovia, just to the northeast of Crown Center. So this is going to come right toward the camera. So what we're looking at there is the lowering. It might have had a tornado when they called, but this is going to give us a unique vantage point as this thing's moving toward the camera. I'll keep an eye on it.
Yes, and please interrupt when you've got something else. So that's the storm that we're watching, and that camera is positioned along I-70, and there is the hail core with this one. If it is producing a tornado or still rotating, that is going to be just south of the hail. This is now just east of Greencastle, approaching Crown Center right now. You need to be in the safest part of your home. This is now east of Greencastle, east of Mount Meridian. Here is 40. There is Interstate 70, and right in between is where we have the hail. If there's rotation or it's still producing something like a tornado, that's going to be just to the southwest of that hail core. This is moving off to the east. We need you to be in the safest part of your home, Crown Center, Eminence. So those are a couple of the towns that are directly in the path of this new tornado warning. Eminence and Crown Center, and then down the road, if it would hold together, Monrovia. You're just on the outside of the tornado warning, but in a severe thunderstorm warning. So new tornado warning from the National Weather Service until 9:15 because of this storm that is southeast of Greencastle, south of Stylesville, and headed into Eminence and Crown Center right now. While we're here, we will check the velocities. It's easy to see just from the radar where we have that hail core potential. That's indicated with that dark black color, and there's the rotation with this. It's relatively broad at this point, but let's back this up and see if it was a little tighter when the National Weather Service issued this. So it was just a little bit. So getting that wind spike just south of Greencastle as it crossed 231 and where 231 and 40 intersect. And then as we play this in time, they went severe thunderstorm warning and then quickly went tornado warning as we saw the rotation tighten up just a little bit at about 8:45 or so. That would be just south of Highway 40, and then we'll take it into how it looks now. and we still are showing signs of rotation, and that's going to be just to the south of Highway 40. We mentioned Crown Center and Eminence. Let's go in a little closer now that we've got the velocities on here. So this is going to be near South County Road 800 East and I-70. Little Point is another town that kind of comes up east along 70 that's now within that rotation area if this one is still producing, and then Crown Center as well. So this is going to move right between Highway 40 and Interstate 70 and make a move toward Crown Center and Eminence. It's a new tornado warning. You can see the area here of area of rotation right along and just north of I-70. Eminence, Crown Center, even those of you in the western sections, northwestern sections of Morgan County, think Monrovia, need to be in the safest part of your home, and that's the lowest level away from windows and doors. That is one storm that we are monitoring. We have had several move across central Indiana this evening, and we still have several storms at this hour. A lot of the storm reports we've had so far center around hail, but we've had a couple of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with some of these storms. Our most recent storm that moved through downtown has weakened just a little bit. That is near Morristown right now with the potential of some hail and very heavy rain. That is moving east, headed to just south of Knightstown. That'll impact the northern sections of Rush County. We have another area of rain and storms just north of Noblesville. This is crossing Morris Reservoir on the north side of Morris Reservoir, and then toward Walnut Grove just south of Elwood. This has been riding the Tipton-Hamilton County line for quite a while with some heavy rain and lightning. There's the tornado warned storm, and this one was originally a tornado warning. It is now a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of southern Clay and southern Owen counties, but much like all of the storms tonight and this afternoon, still showing a sign of a little hook there. So we will put let's put the velocities on it. We're a bit away from the radar at this point, but we can still see that bright show up near Lewis. So this is south of Center Point, and I'll give you a couple of the smaller areas that are in the path of this. So Clay City, Brunswick, Worthington. So southern Clay, southern Owen, and then the northern parts of Greene County. And then if I take you out, you can see in relation to where Spencer is. Spencer is right here where 231 intersects. So impacting areas just south of Clay City, if this one has a little rotation with it or the potential of some wind damage with it, it is going to be right there. We have a new tornado warning, which is the reason we are back on Channel 13, and it is now a confirmed tornado warning from the National Weather Service. Let me get you the latest on that. Confirmed tornado warning. They're calling it observed. Observed tornado. I assume that's the same thing?
Yep.
Confirmed tornado warning. Okay, so they have had multiple calls of a confirmed tornado near Bell Union. That's in eastern Putnam County. Said it's going up and down. So that's not surprising with a cell like this where you see the big wall cloud produce and then the funnel goes back up. But multiple calls now, Casey from the National Weather Service, they're going confirmed or observed tornado warning on this storm. So we need you really to be in the safest part of your home, lowest level away from windows and doors. And we're going to dive in and show you where this storm is. It is over Crown Center right now. Eminence, you are also in the path. Even though you're outside of the hail and the heavy rain core, the rotating part of this storm is right along I-70 and may clip you. So Eminence, Crown Center, in the safest part of your home. There is now a confirmed and or observed tornado warning in effect for this area that includes eastern Putnam County. We need you to be in the safest part of your home. Anything from that camera.
The camera went down.
The camera went down.
Unfortunately went down.
Okay.
If you're in Little Point, you want to be in your safe spots here. As it moves your way, okay? Yeah, you mentioned the touchdown near Bell Union. So this is going to intersect I-70. If this thing stays, you know, it's been bouncing, as you said, but this is going to cut right across I-70 near Little Point. Now there's a lot of open area out there, a lot of farmland at Little Point crossing I-70, if you know anybody in that direction. So what we're looking at is right there, that red and green next to each other. It's been just enough to cause us some issues here. Getting a new scan coming in.
Yeah, and brief touchdown reported just west of the Chiota plant.
Yep.
That's east of Greencastle.
That's right. So let me take the radar back over the last 45 minutes. These have been supercells. We haven't had a lot of storms. The storms we have had, most of them have been producing either hail or showing some signs of rotation here. Now, this doesn't look like it's a large tornado, but a tornado nonetheless. Let me do the debris. Yeah, we're seeing just a little something there. Again, just west of Little Point. Please get in your spot, your lowest level, away from windows. Let this thing pass over. All right. Tornado warning is going to continue. This is, again, there are different types of tornado warnings. This particular one is a observed tornado. Okay. So this one brings a little more. This is a little bit different than radar indicated. This is, we're getting the rotation. Ange, I'm going to get it back to you. Let me see if I can reposition some of these cameras here. Unfortunately, that one that we had earlier went down.
Okay. Obviously, Sean said it. If you are in this area, observe tornado warning right now for parts of Putnam into Morgan counties. We need you to be in the safest part of your home. That's the lowest level away from windows and doors. Don't waste any time. Get there now. If you don't have a basement, don't worry. You want to pick the lowest level, the middle of your home. Think closet or a bathroom, something to keep you and your family safe from this storm that is not too far away from Monrovia. Exiting now Putnam County and approaching the northwestern corner of Morgan County. That report from an emergency manager in Putnam County reported it that was just east of Greencastle. So that's one of the reports, probably one of the multiple calls that the National Weather Service got on this storm that was the reason for the tornado warning and now the reason for the observed tornado that We've seen now several of those come from the spotters out in the field, the emergency managers, and we just hope that folks may be working at that plant, that if hoping there wasn't any damage. But this is a compact storm. It is not a large storm, but a high impact storm as it moves over Crown Center right now and Eminence. This is crossing I-70. There's a close-up view of the storm, and then we're going to turn the velocities on. Hail core has weakened just a little bit, perhaps a sign that this cell is cycling a little bit.
They go to NDOT2.
A little weaker, NDOT2.
The camera's back up, and NDOT is trying to zoom in on the rotations. They broaden it out, but this camera, for reference point, is west of Monrovia, right along 70, obviously, and that's our low base there. That's so this is near north of 42. That's really close. So that's northeast of Little Point, and we're looking west. Now they may have. They're actually this is actually southwest. So you can see just below that black line. That's the lowering. That's the wall cloud. That's where we have seen. And we've gotten the reports of this thing bouncing around. That is it right there. That's what you're looking at in relation to the hook. So we can show you the hook on radar, and then we can show you this with the NDOT camera, which they are now aware of this. So I suspect what they're going to do is they're going to probably follow that. So I would hang on that NDOT camera. So now it's crossed over. To me, it looks like the rotation, the wall cloud, that little bit of lowering. You see it right there? That is now crossed over 70. So it's on the other side of 70. And I think it's, in my opinion, I think it's probably really close to Little Point. Real close there as we get the new scans in. But we can just look at that. That's it. You can see that little point.
Yep.
That is, so unfortunately with the raindrops, it is difficult to see at the ground. And just because it doesn't look like this is not all the way down, it very well could be.
Well, and I feel that point is growing, don't you?
Yes, yes. Yep.
For sure, it's growing as we watch it.
Yeah, so let me, I'll try to give some reference points here. So there's SRM concrete, which is just, it's probably moving over that right now, very close to that. There's 42. There's a lot of, again, there's a highly rural area as well, but that's where this is. It's right at 70 near Little Point. And we don't see this very often on a live coverage here, but that little cone coming down from the cloud base is where, that's the rotation. That is it. Again, I can't tell you if it's on the if this thing is on the ground right now or not, but it certainly, that's what we're seeing there.
We could keep an eye on the tree line to see if we start to see, any debris, but boy, you can see it is clearly rotating as we're watching it now.
Yep. Yeah, so this is an observed tornado warning that continues for another 9 minutes. Our emergency manager are confirming it, so it will be very interesting to see if NDOT, if they have the ability to pivot that camera and follow this. But again, this gives you an idea. I don't know if there's any way we can do keep that NDOT camera up with Angela and the radar. I don't know if we can do that or not, but might be a good idea just to show the radar as well. And I'll keep an eye on
keep an eye on that
on the NDOT.
Yep. If you see something else, holler at me. Confirmed tornado, that was the observed tornado warning. They are now, it is a severe thunderstorm warning and a tornado warning for Crown Center. Let's get you caught up on where these are. So this is southwest of Indianapolis, and it is a tornado warning, radar indicated for southern Hendricks and parts of Morgan County until 9:15. Tornado warning continues. It has been observed from time to time with this particular storm. And I'm going to remove this, and then we're going to come out and let's go in real quick, show you some of the town. Crown Center, there was Little Point, and there's the hail with this one. If it's still rotating, that rotation is approaching Briarwood and Monrovia. So if we still have the storm rotating as it crossed Interstate 70, which we saw live with our camera, that may impact places like Briarwood and just to the south of Monrovia. A hail potential with this near Crown Center, very heavy rain from Crown Center over toward Hazelwood, and a tornado warning does continue for parts of Hendricks and Morgan counties until 9:15. That's the reason for some of our extended coverage here on Channel 13 and our WTHR streaming app. There is a view of the city of Indianapolis in relation to the tornado warned storm that is approaching Monrovia, crossing Interstate 70. We've got another cell in the northeastern sections of Hamilton County that is crossing. This is crossing areas near Cicero, so Morse Reservoir. There's Arcadia, there's Aroma, there's Elwood, Stony Creek, and Noblesville. A little bit of a hook on this one, so we may have a little broad rotation trying to develop here as well. From the velocities, nothing really sticking out, but just be aware we've had a handful of storms go severe and a handful of storms that have rotated already this evening. That's the cell that is in Hamilton County. We'll come out and show you this one. This one had a history of hail, several counties worth of hail, and it's still producing some very heavy rain and some small hail potential north of Rushville, but this one has weakened significantly. By far the stronger cells, The one in northeastern Hamilton County, we'll keep an eye on that one. The tornado warned storm, and this one that is just to the west of Bloomington. We've been keeping the folks over on the stream updated on this one as it crossed into Indiana just south of Terre Haute. It did prompt a tornado warning. There is a hook on this one as well. Most likely that is near the Clay City area. So let's give you a closer view of this one. And that is going to be crossing 59, and that is near Clay City right now. So if this one has a little bit of a hook with it, a little bit of rotation with it, that is in between Brunswick and Clay City right now, and moving off to the east, slightly southeast. Looks like that's going to stay just north of you, Greene County, but we want to give you the heads up. If you live across southern Owen, northwestern Monroe, and northeastern Greene, this compact small storm is high impact storm will continue to move across Clay County into Owen County. So a severe thunderstorm warning continues for this area, but they've been monitoring this as well. No reports of anything with that one. But they are on it and continuing to keep an eye on that one as well as the National Weather Service is concerned. And there's the tornado warned storm that again prompted our interruption this evening on Channel 13, and it was observed a tornado warning at several points as it developed and intensified just east of Greencastle. So we saw the intensification east of Greencastle, and then the tornado warned storm continues now. Still a little bit of hook on this one in the northern sections of Morgan County. So if you can, be in the safest part of your home. That's the lowest level away from windows and doors, as this one still has the potential to produce a tornado. Briarwood into Monrovia. It's now pushing just east of Crown Center. Let's check the velocities on this. We'll do one other.
Call up NDOT. Try NDOT 1, guys. Yeah. To me, this camera, if you look closely, looks like there's little particles falling from the sky in this. And so that, you know, are you seeing that too, Angela?
A little bit. My monitors over here are not great.
To me, it looks like there's some stuff falling.
Now I do feel like I see some stuff on the road there.
Okay, yeah. So this is same vantage point, but looking northeast. And so I'm wondering if we're seeing stuff fall from the sky here from that rotation and potential tornado.
Okay, so put
that's
this
just
in
another
perspective. This is 70.
Yeah, 70. It's west of Monrovia.
So, but in Morgan County.
Yeah, and it's looking northeast. Okay, everything that particular one's northeast. It's on the back side of this. This is,
okay.
Yeah, so it's on the back side. So if if it did pick up some stuff, but I just found that again. Now the rotation now is way east. Getting east of this camera and heading toward Monrovia. But I just found that interesting.
Okay.
Okay.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for that tornado warned storm, and it will include a good part of Morgan County until 9:45. So it's going to be southern Hendricks, Morgan, and then into Johnson County. Severe thunderstorm warning from the National Weather Service until 9:45 this evening, and that's going to extend the tornado warning. They're going to drop the tornado warning, go severe thunderstorm warning. Because of that, we're going to get you back to regular programming, but let me quickly put the radar back on so you can see what we're dealing with in terms of storms. We've got an intense storm coming out of Hamilton County into Madison. We've got a weakening cell that has moved and will continue to move into the eastern part of the state south of 70. The tornado warning no longer in effect. Severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Morgan into Johnson and Bloomington. We will keep an eye on that weak weakening, somewhat weakening cell right now. We're going to get you back to regular programming on 13. We'll dip for just a minute on WTHR, our streaming app, and then be back with you with some additional continuing coverage. I'm meteorologist Angela Buckman, along with meteorologist Sean Ash.